Hello and welcome to United21 Season 27. We've got an action-packed day of Counter-Strike here for you with the final round 2 games of the group stage. Both of these are going to be elimination games where the loser will sadly come out bottom of group. They'll come out last in their group and be out of the tournament. The winner will still be in the group stage. The winner will move on to the deciders matches, which will be played later on this week. As you can see with the bracket neatly put up on your screen right there with the group stages, you can see the teams who have again made it through to the playoffs already through the round 2 games. We've had Adventurers, Lasercats, Astralis Talent and Gen 1 topping their groups. That's Group A, B, C and D. Then over in Group A and B, we've already had Havu and Preezy Esports being eliminated, coming in last place. And that leaves us with just these last 2 decider matches, or rather decider, the last 2 elimination matches to decide the last place teams for Group C and Group D. Now, the first game of the day, as mentioned, Hymo versus Little Mix over in Group C. It's going to be an interesting one. We've got a Nordic, a Scandinavian brawl between the Finns and the Swedes. We can have a quick look at the Veto to see what maps these 2 teams will be playing on. We're going to have Train and Nuke banned out, a Mirage, Inferno pick, Dust2 and Anubis ban with an Ancient Decider. Now, what's interesting about that one is Little Mix, they permaban. Well, don't actually permaban Nuke, but they don't play Nuke that much. And they've decided to ban it here, knowing full well that it's Hymo's first pick. It's the map which Hymo pick more often than not. So immediately Hymo are put at a disadvantage. They're forced to have to go for a bit of a Mirage pick. So by all means, I think this is a relatively even ground for Little Mix. Like the maps for them a decent chance to have a good brawl on, especially with, you know, how puggy and improvised these maps can be. I'm not going to wait a minute. We're going to go straight into Mirage here. First pick, normally, of Little Mix, actually, a map which they like to pick quite often. Yeah, it's Hymo who are the ones who have picked into it. Hymo starting on that T side. Got 4 sets of Kevlar, Smoke, and a Molly on Arvid. Going to be setting themselves up in towards apps with one player coming in late. That's Upi towards mid. Keep your eye out on. Keep your eye on. Very aggressive sort of star player, but for now it's a fight towards underpass. BQ, 2 beautiful kills to finish off Arvid and Wellho. Give Little Mix that man advantage, and Bowden aggressive in towards top mid. This is a very disruptive round from Little Mix. Hymo just a little step behind, but the steps heard now. They look to accelerate in towards this empty B site, currently being watched by Quicks up towards short. The rotation coming in for Little Mix. Shots not landing at range. Hymo, they want to try and get this bomb planted. Worst case scenario, so they can have that $600 reward, but Quicks removes Wykus. Bowden's flank comes into effect. Little Mix, a clean pistol round there. 3 players surviving. Winning with relative ease from a little bit of an underpass push. And the thing is, that underpass push was twofold, right? You had 2 players pushing in, but they were quite separated, yet they still managed to win out the fight. Moving on to the second round. No bomb plan, as mentioned. Hymo going to have to eco on this one. A couple Deagles brought up on Wellho and Jabe. BQ with this M4 along with Doobs will mow them down. Hymo going for a last second swing out of top mid to try and buy a distraction for this bomb to come out of Palace and plant it towards default, but you know, they just fell like dominoes at the top of mid. Needed to survive a little bit longer in order to buy that distraction, to buy time, to keep Little Mix's attention in middle. Our first gun round. Bit of a bonus one for Little Mix. They get to keep the weapons that they invested in last round. A couple MP9s and a FAMAS. Bowden. EHE. The spam comes in from Upi. That's a lot of damage to Bowden. Hymo securing the bottom of middle. Jape finds the head of BQ just before that window smoke pops. Upi down very low in the connector. And Doom just pushes straight through and finds him, but overstays his welcome, doesn't fall back through the smoke, instead sticks around, and that's his undoing. Man advantage now for Hymo. They're setting up this A split. Well, has found his way in towards Sandwich. Bowden, this MP9, struggles to find the fights with so many targets on the screen, and this is getting scrappy for Little Mix, just brawling through these smokes into the 1 versus 2. Both Hymo players staring at this connector smoke, ready for BO3 to be pushing through. So Hymo get their first round on the board, but it's a scrappy one, a brawling towards the bottom of middle. One where Little Mix did give them the fights, but I can't help but feel that Little Mix gave them way too many fights in isolated positions, way too many 1v1s. Fights that the CTs couldn't trade one another with. So lacking a little bit of coordination there. And this time Hymo pick up the pace much faster in towards mid. Again, a heavy 4-man rush. Strong utility. Jape going to continue the kills. BQ boosted up in towards the window. Does find one in response, but Hymo are just flooding out of connector. BQ in a 1 versus 4. Likely to have to save this M4. Little Mix have run out of cash. Hymo haven't built up much cash themselves, but they are slowly circling, looking to hunt and close in on CT spawn. And I don't know if BQ is long for this world. At least find one in towards CT. But there we go. Can't escape any further than that. Now, the way Hymo were playing right now, at least in those last 2 rounds, was just trying to overload middle, just trying to get as many numbers in towards mid and take mid control, and hope that Little Mix don't have the protocols to react towards that. That has been the case in the last 2 rounds. This time they slow it down, they identify correctly. Little Mix, their economy, slightly weaker spot. A bit of a more tentative anti-eco setup, ready for these pistols to push into them. Wellho tested in Palace. We'll find 2. Hymo do successfully take mid control. Further than that, they take connector control. A steady 1-2-2 split. Little Mix now just searching, seeing if they can find Wellho, see if they can put him down and at least pick up an AK. But that job is much easier said than done. Wellho collects the quad, leaving BQ tucked in towards ramp. Spotted now by Jape. Now finished off. Hymo in the lead now with 3. And having built up quite a substantial economy. Guns come back out for Little Mix, but what do they have in store? Any adaptations, any adjustments? For now, it is just a standard default hold for the CTs, albeit a little bit more passive towards mid. Not fighting heavy towards connector and short, just maintaining those boundaries. Hymo themselves aren't that aggressive in mid either. So, not really going to punish Little Mix for being so passive. They're going to take their time fighting towards the extremity. Starting to test this B defense, something which we've not really seen them do all too much this half. attempted a lurk smoke, but it has missed its mark. Now 45 seconds on the clock. Jaime have successfully been able to slink their way in towards mid-control relatively silently, and Upi, again, one of the star players for this Jaime squad, sitting in a bit of an off angle, but Dupes gets curious, pushes in and catches the shoulder, will find the free kill. That means that Jaime, their play now is one-dimensional. They don't have that extra layer, that extra lurk to cut off rotations or perhaps to try and pull rotations. Instead, they're all just grouped up towards B. That molly will be the ghost sign. Little Mix should get on their horse and start rotating in. Oh, but a team flash. Quicks is able to line up too. That's disastrous for Jaime. Both players entering fully blinded by their own flash. If that doesn't happen, Quicks perhaps only gets one at most. He's traded out, and then they can focus their attention towards the rotating players from Market. But instead, he's still alive. The third player has to deal with him. Not only do they already have a man disadvantage before that, that means they can't focus their attention on stopping the rotating players in the choke points. Scoreline tied. Another 1-2-2 for Jaime this time. Orc pick over towards the boxes. Missed shot, BQ. In fact, does punish with the help of that incendiary. The man advantage again for the Swedes. Jaime work their way towards mid-control from underpass. Start to deploy the utility to work the extremities of mid, being connector. But Little Mix thinks it's set up to try and prevent that, to counter that. Both connector still wins his fight. The boost demolishes Upi, and that leaves Wellho on this A-lurk. Easily held there by Bisova. And now, despite how good of an economy that Jaime previously had built up, it's faded, it's disappeared. They now have to work with 4 Deagles. See what they can find. Arvid, tested by the flames, finds a safe haven in a little island amongst the mollies. Wykis again down early, looking for that peak towards ramp, met by Bodenmeister's AWP. Quick now searching. Will give a fight, but he wins it. Fights across the map. Quick's punished for being so aggressive up against these pistols. A 1 versus 1 fight given over. Fortunately, an equalizing kill on the other side of the map. Don't believe the weapon was retrievable either. Upi still working with a Deagle. Now search their way in towards middle. Smoke comes through. Beast over. Just out in the middle of nowhere. Caught by the Deagle body spam. Jape going to try and use this smoke to lurk around the edge. And Upi with the bomb has made his way up catwalk, using actually this connector smoke as cover. And Jape has found one on towards Boden. Fortunately, BQ in a nice off angle. Upi didn't suspect that, so the bomb dropped. There's simply not enough time for Jape. Going to pick up that AWP, try and save it. If Dubes lets it... Oh, Dubes. Oh dear, Doobs. Oh dear. Allowed Jape to get away with the sniper rifle. Can drop that over to Ykiss. Receive an AK in response. Made profit from that round. A little bit more aggressive now in middle from Little Mix. The CT side with Bodemaster confident with this AWP. Posted up towards underpass. Meantime, Hymo looking to pressure this B site again, looking to challenge and at least make these B site players sweat, make them burn utility, which they've done so successfully, and also pulls a player off of short. But the thing is, with the current mid setup, they don't need an extra player off short. Bodemaster, missed shot. Will drop a smoke to try and keep himself alive, but the spray, the HE, will be enough to finish him off. And Doob's trying to cover his top mid. Loses the fight to Upi. Off of all that chaos, Wellho found the timing, found the space to walk out towards A. So 2 versus 5. Quicks and BQ. Going to be relatively static here, just hoping that a mistake is made by Hymo that puts them back into this. If not, try and find a way to save. Not going to be easy. In fact, BQ was going to give it an attempt there. Walking towards short. Quicks can get towards underpass. He may be able to get Bowden's AWP. Sitting a decent off angle. Outside the shelf of window. Okay, why is he not going for the AWP? Is he going to go for a ninja? He does have a kit. His cross is being watched. There's not enough time now. He needs to get out of there.
Terrorists win.
I think he will just about survive here in CT. Arvid won't have time to clear it. Missed window smoke from Hymo could very easily be punished. But UP safely managed to cross for second Delpan. Doob's aware of it, dodges the flash, but in doing so is then spotted out by UP. Pre-fire onto the corner, wins that fight. Man advantage for Hymo, but a spray comes through. Arvid out of utility, punished. Jake coming in towards underpass to see if he can capitalise, but it's too late. And 2 players pivot round, leaving Wellho in the clutch. Finally coming out with Palace. Perhaps a little bit too late to find the necessary impact. Has to try and recover this bomb. Minute on the clock in the 1 versus 2. We'll shift around towards T-spawn, attack this from a different angle, but that's an angle being held, and now that step heard. Quicks ready in anticipation for that peak to come through. Little bit of a fumble there from Wellho with that movement. There's a chance that if he doesn't make that noise, Quicks might not react so quick, or is less anticipating that peak at that moment. By hearing that step, Quicks knows that peak is imminent. Can be all the more ready for it. By the looks of things, Hymo setting up, ready for a full-on A site hit. Bit of presence made towards mid, smokes towards window and top mid to try and block for info, but Little Mix playing quite heavy towards the A site. They seem to have read this. For going mid control, leaning heavier towards the extremities, even taking B apps control. The smokes come through. Bowden Master set up here with the AWP on CT. Finds the first. B-Server actually mollied out. Have to go for the peak. Completely flushed out here. 2 quick kills from Hymo, but another kill from Bowden. Oh! Overplays his hand, peeking towards CT there. I mean, Hymo had barely moved out of ramp here, and they found 3 kills. Little Mix had the man advantage. Sure, traded. You can excuse a sandwich one, but in the 4 versus 4, Hymo were sat towards Tetris, towards Apex, and they get all the kills. They're not out even onto the site. They don't even get to default. And they find 3 kills. Little Mix fighting very hard to hold the site rather than to retake. As soon as the player goes down towards Sandwich, I believe it was B-Sova, you are no longer holding the site. You're playing retake. You're playing towards the extremities. If he's still alive in the site towards Sandwich, sure. Go for those fights. Take those fights as you rotate in. Distract Hymo. Put them under pressure. Attack them from different angles. They're less likely to clear the Sandwich player. Buy space and time for the Sandwich player to activate. The Sandwich player is also less likely to be hard cleared. And even then, you can play off the Sandwich player's contact. Maybe the Sandwich player takes a fight. You can then swing out whilst they're looking at Sandwich. But as soon as he goes down, which he did, stop fighting, play retake. Speaking of fighting, B-Sova contacting towards ramp. Final round of the half. Lil Mix having to force up. Not a pretty buy. A couple 5.7s, a scout, deagle, and only 1 automatic rifle. Dubes on the FAMAS. And again, Hymo setting up a piece. On the clock, they start to progress out towards the A site. 2 quick entries, utility deployed towards the extremities, makes it uncomfortable for Little Mix. They're pressured. And now locked out of the site on this connector smoke. Plenty of time for Hymo to plant this bomb undercover. Quicks left alive, has picked up a scout at least. Gets a tag on towards Wellho, but won't win the fight against the AWP. A tied scoreline at the half, 6-6. Again, this is Hymo's map pick in this best of 3, but it's one of Little Mix's favourite maps. I feel kind of bad here. Yeah, I called out Oopie as probably the player to watch over on Hymo, but he's currently 3-9. There's Jape up on 16, Wellho on 12. Finding the impact, admittedly Wellho getting some more of the late round kills. Padded by that anti-eco 4K as well. Much slower pistol here for Little Mix. Set up towards Palace. 2 creeping towards underpass. We've got a bit of utility on BQ towards the ramp. A smoke and flash. Lightly smoking off top connector to allow these underpass players to come through. B-Sova taking point with the P250. Seeing if he can find some one-taps at range. They clear out the A site. The players from underpass will then start to fight, but they won't clear out Oopie. Hiding on the site, denies the bomb plant, but is very quickly traded. So 4 versus 4, as the bomb is then planted again, and oh my goodness, Wellho, what a lineup. how precise you have to be with that wallbang to make sure you hit the head. If you don't hit the head, you're doing next to no damage on that one. I think Whaleho has single-handedly dismantled this round for Little Mix. I say single-handedly. Upi brought in the space and time to get that one. Leaving Bowden Master in a 1 versus 3. Peeking over the top of the stairs, waiting for that triple peek to come through. It's not there just yet. Will find Wykiss, will find Wellho. Now into the 1 versus 1 versus Bowden. Running low on ammo, has to reload, can do so in the cover of stairs. Arvid taking the time. Ticking down. Oh, it finds the right peek in the headshot, giving Hymo that lead and Hymo that CT pistol. And what a round from Wellho. Again, for any of you newer players watching, or maybe not newer players, so I see so many experienced players make the same mistake that Little Mix just did. Do not plant on that side of triple. Do not plant on the side facing connector. Plant on the side that faces ramp. Because the side facing connector, CTs can wallbang it. Wellho did it with a USP. You'll just get wallbanged if you plant on that side. Plant on the corner facing ramp. Much, much harder to wallbang. Four versus 4 after the fights are exchanged in middle. Both sides fully investing here. Mix able to afford an AK on quicks. The mid round. Little Mix, they take mid control. Manage to get BQ in a forward position, tucked in towards window. They leave him there, they leave middle, and they all rotate back round towards the A site. So they can hit this A site. Whilst BQ is in a very good spot to either flank or go for the late rotations. Wellho, in a very forward position, was in a good spot to find quicks, but the AK wins that fight. And oh my goodness, Upi, what a quick pivot. Fortunately, B-Sova's there to trade. Doesn't expect a second towards Palace. Bomb planted. And there you go, just a flurry of frags come through for Little Mix. They find the second round break and they've demolished the economy for Hymo. Hymo working with 0 round loss bonus on this one. See Wellho as little as $1,500 in his bank account. Hymo, that double eco territory. Choosing to force up here. Kevlar 5.7s, Deagles MP9. A handful of smokes. Also a flash, which allowed Upi to find quicks. It's an upgrade into the MP9. Also a man advantage. A lot of information, actually. He's cleared all of underpass. There's not really much pressure coming in towards mid, so Hymo going to rotate over and stack towards this A site with 3. Little Mix currently smoked off towards Palace. Going to wait out this utility. See if BQ can at least make some presence in towards middle. So that Hymo aren't completely focused towards ramp and Palace. And what it's done is it brought Wykiss towards triple to have to spot. Oh my goodness, this Palace push is about to come in at the worst timing to B-Sova. Somehow managed to find that first kill, but the trade comes through after being dinked. It's going to throw a massive spanner in the works for Little Mix. They can't flood out of ramp if they don't have Palace, if they know they don't have Palace or CT. Attacking from the site from one single angle. Whilst the CTs, you know the CTs have the rest, is a recipe for disaster. Upi, after clearing out underpass, flanked the B site, cleared that one out, but BQ's lurking towards mid, coming all the way up towards short, cuts him down. Time ticking down. 15 seconds. Little Mix in the 2 versus 2. Jake with his picked up M4, finding the impact. Leaving Doobs. There's simply not enough time to clutch this. Yeah, no time to plan. Jake just has to live. And he'll even take down Doobs after time. No cash for him. So Hymo pull off the reverse reset. Little Mix forcing again. Tech 9s. 1 AK on B Sovo. He's currently lurking towards top mid, and he's about to meet heavy resistance. Pushing through this top mid smoke. Off of the contact. Little Mix take the timing to pounce here on towards this B site. Trying to catch it with only one defender. And they're successful. It's a 1-for-1 trade. They have the site. But these rifles at range are picking off these Little Mix players before they can get themselves into stronger post-plant positions. Well, yes, they get the bomb plant and an open site. We all fade as soon as the bomb is planted.
Counter-terrorists win.
Little Mix now having to eco. Going to be forfeiting the privilege to reach double digits first. Hymo barely breaking a sweat against these pistols. It's a relatively uninspired eco round from Little Mix too. They just split up one by one, taking fights one at a time. Hymo doing the opposite. All 4 players setting up a firing squad there. You can see on the minimap all 5 red X's. Completely different spots. One towards apps, one underpass, one top mid, one ramp, one palace. There's no coordination, no trade potential. If you're taking a 1 versus 1 fight with a P250 against an M4, the M4 wins every day. Whereas if you take a 1 versus 2, where you've got 2 P250s against 1 M4, maybe you have a chance. Little Mix not giving themselves a chance at all in that one. Despite being ecoed. It's not a forfeit round. Okay, Hymo now playing towards the extremities. Get aggressive in towards ramp. Met with a couple warning shots towards Wellho's feet. React by dropping this smoke. Seeing that it's aggressive towards ramp as well, that's enough for Quicks to know, okay, if they're aggressive towards ramp, they're not holding mid. I can walk in for free. He's done exactly that. Hymo still with a heavy A setup ready for this one. They're going to be walking into Palace, and they've got the timing. Again, Beast over caught with that molly in hand. That's the second time Little Mix have attempted this. The second time that he's caught. And with 2 players towards Palace, it's just a decimation for Little Mix. The perfect counter. And a perfect timing as well for the counter to pull that off. More mixed money broken again. Doobs attempts early pick on 8, running through the flames. BQ's got a very forward position here, but I don't think he's going to anticipate Arvid towards jail. And there you go, Arvid just has to take that peek. All the time in the world to line up that shot. Oh, Jape. Very messy spray. Bowden, good movement on that Tech 9 to try and make it as difficult as possible for Jape. Hello, catches that lurking through jungle, but it's an aggressive push from Arvid. Drops the bomb. The flash actually misses. I was going to say Arvid turned from the flash, looked back before it popped, but it lands behind the sofa. So Arvid will collect the anti-eco quad. High moat reach map point here on their pick of Mirage. Deep volleying towards ramp. Bowden finds a pick with the AWP, punishes this ramp play, which Hymo have been doing. Well, I believe that's the third time this map gone for that play. That's all the information that Little Mix need to say, okay, mid, likely clear with this heavy ramp setup. Bowden just going to keep Oopie pinned as well. Set themselves up for an A split. Smoke towards connector. Molly ladder. Flash to get in. Bone Master still has ramp pinned. The reaction to that mid util is Oopie's push. Mix we're ready for. And this time, Quicks catches off Jay. So Arvid left in the clutch. Finds the first two, but the trade is forthcoming. So Little Mix not out of this map just yet, but every step is steep. There's high moat, plenty of cash to work with, at least for this round and the next. Should there be next. A missed shot from Bowden. Jape actually punishes with the AUG of all weapons. Man advantage already for Hymo. Fighting aggressively in towards middle. There's a lot of information to work with. Lease over, peeking towards underpass. Wykiss with the AWP. Perfect peek, the perfect weapon for the job. Not only that, gets information on the second. Quicks tries to react, coming out towards the ramp. But a very quick fight from Hymo. Look how much they swarm, how much committed they are to taking all of these fights together. So it leaves Beast over in a 1 versus 3, and Arvid's push. Not going to expect this. Even plays with his food a little bit there. 13-8. Hymo looked much more comfortable on Mirage than Little Mix did. Their CT side, they were able to read their opponent much better. Their rotations, their reactions were always in the right spot. Every fight they took together. When they were aggressive in towards mid, that last round is a good example of it. They were aggressive towards mid with 3 players. They got that information. As soon as one was spotted towards ramp, then 3 players still were able to then peek the players on towards ramp. They were way more coordinated. Their aggression meant that they read their opponents much better. And Little Mix, honestly, that being said, that Little Mix themselves were a little bit more timid. They weren't as aggressive. They weren't taking space, and it meant they were much more readable. Now that is the first map of Mirage done. We're going to be moving over onto Little Mix's map pick next after this quick 11-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to United21 Season 27. In the middle of this elimination match between Hymo and Little Mix here in Group C. We just saw Hymo manage to take their map pick of Mirage at 13-8. A map which also Little Mix is probably one of their preferred maps of Mirage, and they didn't look all too cohesive on it. But we're going to be moving on to their pick of Inferno here. Hopefully things change a little bit for them. But at the moment, not going to be the case, as some grenades absolutely dome them towards Banana. They're getting decimated here. They've still managed to find a couple kills. Entry to the B-bomb site is not free, though, as Arvid's still there to defend. They turn around to try and deal with the flanking players, but it's now just Beast over in a 1 versus 3. Through the chaos, Hymo finds success. Little Mix just going for a bit of a B rush, but a hard counter there from Hymo. I mean, how often do you see that on a pistol round? Do you see the double HE stack on Banana to stop a B rush? Not very often. By the looks of things, Hymo have done their preparation. They've done their anti-stratting. Likely knowing the tendencies of Little Mix here. Little Mix on a full eco, going to be sat relatively passively here, waiting for Hymo to overstep their boundaries. Behind the HEs, Wykes has pushed down to the bottom of mid, and oh my goodness. Oh, I thought Wykes had turned around there, but no. Dubes checks him. Wykes does manage to land the flick on towards the play of the Glock. The SMGs will then make light work as Little Mix begin to dissipate. A nice assertive and aggressive anti-eco there for Hymo. Perhaps setting a precedent here. Little Mix now have to be concerned about aggression. And already they looked timid of Mirage. Okay, not shying away here. At least not towards the bottom of middle on this round. Little Mix swinging out. In fact, they even find the opening, shutting down Arvid. The flash comes through. BQ peeks before it. Catches Upi. That's 2 very quick kills for Little Mix. BQ's lurk is punished. And, oh, okay. Okay, Bowden. Just, I'm not sure if that was completely blind, whether he had the information of Wellho's position there, but he just domed him through towards short. Still, man advantage for Little Mix. This round has been relatively scrappy so far, but in the chaos, they've found the opening, they've read the rotations, and have got an empty B bomb site. Jabe coming on the flank, quick. All he wants to do here really is just buy time and space. Just keep the 2 Hymo players here, and even better yet, he can remove these weapons to stop them from saving. There you go, the AWP down, the most expensive weapon. Drop to the floor. Jape will just stick on towards that A site, look to save that AK. Send the air in flashes, prioritise preserving the economy on the Hymo side. Still able to invest, but they empty their bank accounts to afford this by Hymo on the CT side. Utility, oh so important on Inferno, especially for fighting for banana control. Managed to afford that. Upi going down to an MP9 to guarantee, so. Arvid down to a Famous over on B. Also to make sure they can afford a kit. Although retakes on this map are few and far between. Quicks goes for a contact plane towards Apps, but it's a 2-man setup. Wykes with the AWP, pins him to the wall. After that pick, Wellho tries to fall back, but oh no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Hymo break the setup, but in taking so long to fall back away, they make themselves vulnerable. And therefore, a trade comes through. The AWPer of Wykiss is already long gone, and Wellhope still shifting away, caught by BQ. So that's an equalising frag. You worked hard to get yourself an opening, but now a 4 versus 4, that favours the T's. The hard work you've done has just been undone and flipped on its head. And a 4 versus 4, Little Mix take forward positioning, and they know that a reaction has to come towards A. They just sit and wait patiently, and the A site defense capitulates. Well, you've got to be so careful on Inferno, on this CT side especially, about losing man advantages. Because as soon as you have a disadvantage on that CT side, it becomes almost impossible. The rotations are so long between that A and B site. It makes retakes borderline impossible. But also those rotations make you so vulnerable. And it's very difficult. A lot of teams are very uncomfortable leaving one player towards B. More often than not, you leave one player towards B, then the B site's going to get hit. If you gamble and leave 2 towards B, and leave A open with... Well, I say open. If you leave only 2 players towards A, they've got 2 players to watch 3 different angles of attack. And on top of that, they have to be concerned about the possibility of a split in towards CT. So in the normal reaction, the fundamental move in a 4 versus 4 man disadvantage is to try and recover an advantage by getting aggressive. But again, the T's know that. They can literally just sit and wait. They have time on the clock to do so, especially when they have a lot of map control, when they have banana, when they have mid. Consequently, Hymo's bank is broken. They weren't even able to save any of their weapons on just full USPs here. By the looks of things, Little Mix going to be doing a nice anti-eco execution here on towards the B site. In fact, not even that. It's not even that full anti-eco. It's going to be sending quicks in to scout with that Mac 10 to search in case it's a stack. And if no stack is spotted, well, then it's an empty site. Although, Master, I was about to say, might be in some trouble here, and he has been knifed, but he's managed to find 3 kills in the process. I was about to say, with an AWP in that position, in an anti-eco, when all 4 of your teammates are over on the B site, very dangerous, very risky, but he stays afloat with the Glock. A bit of a chaotic play there in towards Banana, but he's over with the Mac 10. Draw out Jake's crosshair, find a pick. Wellhope in the meantime has found 2 towards Apps. Poor trading there from Lil Mix. In towards Apps, you can see 2 red X's on the minimap. This is 1 player of Wellhope, taking down 2 players. Giving Hymo a 2-man advantage here. A minute on the clock, Little Mix just kind of have to go for an all-in play here in towards Apps. It's a nice setup, double in towards Pit. Well, say double Wellhope off the top of the balcony, cleared by Doobs, but the angle not kind to the T's as they walk out. So Hymo type the scoreline 3-3, but not only that, 4 players alive. It's nice and profitable. Only 1 reinvestment has to come out on Jape. Aggressive banana control on the cards here for Hymo. Arvid straight down to the bottom, and Beatsova tries to walk through that bottom smoke, hoping that his own smoke was enough to stop Arvid pushing through. Instead, he goes down for free, giving Hymo the all-important man advantage. Mix lose banana control quite heavily, and Hymo gonna be happy to just gamble, leave Arvid solo towards B, go 4 towards A, and with this 4-man stack, they can play a little bit more aggressive. They have the resources and the numbers to overload, or they could sit and establish better crossfires, better setups. Got a 2-man firing squad towards short and the same towards arch. Smoke comes in towards long. Oopie gonna peek in front of it. That's a heavily missed smoke, but Oopie walks into BQ's crosshair. Fortunately, Jape is there to trade. That's the benefit of having that overload. You have that trade potential to maintain that man advantage. Lovely big HE. Soften them up, push them away from short. Hymo now just going to turtle up on towards the site with 2 players. Jake tucked in towards the archway. It's a great position to spot info for the cross. Now that information is passed across, Hymo can adjust their setup on the A site to focus towards long. Lurk smoke comes through. Wellho finds a double in the site. He can just tuck here. Such a strong position towards dark when a split comes in, because he has so much cover to use to dance and pivot no matter which angle they come from. Will collect the triple in the process. Little mix. Economy in shambles. B-side are going to be going for a hero AK, but again, most of these hero plays that we've been seeing from them haven't been working all too well. And Oopie, you can smell a couple ecos. Investing in the MP9. Raring to go to try and farm some cash, get up in their faces, knowing that they don't have good weaponry or utility, but punished. BQ keeps him honest. The Deagle headshot. Bodemaster takes up that space and ready and lovely off angle on top of the post box. Find Wykus. So just that small glimmer of aggression for Hymo with an attempt to farm some cash. It overplayed their hand. They, at the very least, thanks to that pressure in middle, at the very least they've taken Banana off the back of it. With that forward push in Banana, they're going to continue to play aggressive here to try and search for a couple kills. This entire time, Little Mix have just crept in towards apps. Found their way on towards this A site. Weapons haven't been picked up. Wellho does not anticipate BQ to be up on the balcony, despite them having come out of apps. Still a man advantage for Little Mix. Bomb ticking down. Our kit's in play. Arvid, not enough health. And these Deagles doing enough damage. BQ collecting a triple kill in this round. I'll be honest, Jake should look to save. Pick up that AWP. Interesting, he's going to try and exit towards long. Does find a couple kills, but the bomb is quite big on Inferno. He needs to get a move on if he wants to try and keep this AWP alive. It goes down to 4 HP. At least there's a lot of damage, but the thing is, Lil Mix came into that round investing just pistols. He's not removing any weapons away from them by killing them. So he's risking a lot. Risking that AWP, the financial savings that come from keeping that AWP alive, just so he can get extra kills on his stats. Sure, you can make the argument that, okay, he stops them from being able to pick up the M4s and being able to save those. There's no guarantee that they had those M4s or were in a position to pick up those M4s. Regardless, Hymo still able to invest, and we have the fortune of wielding the sniper rifle on Wykus. Posted up currently towards B. And, oh, okay. Bit of skeet shooting. Wykus jumping over the barrels. Or B-server jumping over the barrels, looking for some information. Immediately plucked out the sky by Wykus. Man advantage again for Hymo. Little Mix seem to love giving up these advantages, these opening picks early on. spam from Quicks. Not exactly clean, therefore Will Hope can just adjust his footing on the site. Little Mix have taken a lot of banana control. Hypo haven't really reacted to this just yet. They're happy to sit in their current setup, relying on Wykiss with this AWP. Misses the first shot. The molly's enough to split apart the assault, but BQ has faded in through the smoke and caught Wykiss on the flank. Arvid now in a world of trouble on this backside. Has to use these smokes as cover. The dance around them provided, in fact, an entire wall. And he's found two somehow. And he's still alive. The Little Mix have decided to just give up and not fight him. They're just playing post-plant in towards ruins. But that means the epicenter of this retake is pretty easy for Hymo. I mean, a weird round, right? Little Mix haven't taken mid. Hymo have a man advantage. Little Mix have got banana control, but not mid. Hymo know this because they just had mid. They've fallen off of banana. They've heard the steps in banana, yet there was no reaction, no determination to try and overload that B site or to block towards B. There wasn't too much time on the clock. There was enough for Little Mix to hit the site, but Hymo could have just delayed. They could have thrown some utility down, but instead they said no. We'll sit in the setup we're currently in, and we'll take contact first. But Wykiss with the AWP misses two crucial shots, allows BQ to cause some chaos. But even then, Little Mix don't capitalise on the glaring mistakes that Hymo make. And Arvid's able to stay alive on the site. And again, towards Apps, Lil Mix try and just take a 1v1 fight versus Wellho. It doesn't pan out through utility. That's the amount of times he's got kills and plays pushing through smokes, pushing through Molotovs. Unbelievable. But finally, B starts to be tested. Really poor setup again for Hymo. Two players set apart. Isolated fights. 4 versus 1s taken. Twice in a row. So now Little Mix have the site. They have the bomb planted, but also a weapon picked up. And they go for a triple man swing in towards CT. But Wellho and Upi were ready for it. And mowed down the players, lacking the Kevlar. So Hymo survived the scare, but I think Little Mix... I'll be honest, they really should cotton onto this, right? Little Mix are currently losing a lot of man early opening picks and giving man advantages away. Or at least giving man advantages to Hymo. They need to stop doing that, but also they need to start picking on B a bit more. These late rounds, the B setups have been a little bit fragile. Aggressive again towards Banana. A very late smoke towards the bottom. Again, Little Mix, they don't do anything to punish this Banana control early on. Focusing towards Apps. Trying to push Wellho back. Again, Wykiss with the AWP finds Beast-Over. Another opening kill going Hymo's way. Early flash, beautiful little setup there. Again, Hymo working well off the information. They have Wykiss taking banana control with that AWP, has it posted. If the Ts, or if the CTs have banana, they know that the T's likely going to be focusing their way towards mid. They wait for that long smoke to fade, and lo and behold, there's plays in mid. Caught by the flash. So man advantage maintained. Wykiss now pushed back off this angle, but he's in a really awkward spot. Wykiss, why are you still sticking around in sandbags? And now I see why. Okay. Again, these B site holds for Hymo, they're making mistakes, but Little Mix are not punishing them. Wykiss in that angle is in a great spot because with that AWP, he can fire off a shot, fall back to the next angle before he gets run down, fire off a shot, and again, fall back to the next angle before being run down. He can continually do that on Banana. That's why it's such a strong position to take Banana control and leave a player, especially an AWPer, on top of Banana. But Wyckoff doesn't fall back. He fires a shot off and doesn't fall back, sticks around. It makes it so easy for Little Mix to just trade him, but they don't. They fail to take him down when he sandbags with an AWP. So Hymo get their way up towards the 7th. Last round of the half, Little Mix going to have to force buy. It's Tech 9s and a Mac 10. Plenty of grenades, but again, they're trying to break this A-site defense, and they're not pressuring Banana enough. Full execution going to be coming through. This is a full pop straight towards short. Upi tested, only good for one, and a very aggressive angle. Arvid has found one. Wellho sitting around on the balcony again. It's 1 for 1, but he's brought time and space for Wyckoff to slip through the smoke and find 2, leaving Bowden in a 1 versus 3. Oh, and Wyckoff just walked through the smoke. Again, Hymo aren't playing amazing Counter-Strike right now, but Little Mix just aren't punishing them. An 8-4 half here on Inferno. And again, this is Little Mix's map pick. We already saw in map 1 just how much more assertive Hymo were in every move they made. Much more cohesive and coordinated. Each round had a clear game plan, and it was a game plan they committed through and followed through upon. Whereas Little Mix, throughout this entire best of 3 so far, I've just seen quite individualistic, just hoping for the best. And, oh. Okay. Okay, Wyckoff. He's starting to heat up. A P250, 1 tap onto Bowden Master, jumping across middle for info. Wow. How often do you see that? Not often at all. Hymo, off the back of it, taking a lot of map control. They're taking Banana, they're taking apps. One thing I'm scared of is they're very split up right now. There is a gamble B stack in play for Little Mix. Arvid searching. We'll find at least 1. Should have spotted 2. Julie's pounce, and that's all the information that Little Mix need. Again, they need to get that bomb out of there into a safe spot. Quicks. Ooh, it's not clean at all. Towards long. Punished by Upi. Upi can then hold these rotations at long. Make sure that Little Mix can't so easily make their way in towards the site. He does that, at least that objective successfully, but it does fall in the process. So 3 versus 3, and even state of affairs as the bomb is planted in. Oh, what a shot from DQ. Clean on towards Jape. Wellho now activates. And just like that, Doobs has found a 1v2. 2 very quick kills. Again, it's scrappy from Hymo. So you're on a pistol round, and you're sending one player in towards B to search for info. He goes down, okay, but then, okay, are we going to get the replay? Yeah, we are. Look at this. Bang! Lovely shots. Actually close it out. Sometimes pistol rounds can have some of the cleanest visuals. The bomb plant does enable Hymo to go for this investment. We've got a couple Galils in hand, a couple Mac 10s. Enough to challenge the MP9s and Famuses over on Little Mix. And Arvid, oh, he certainly wants a challenge. Hymo playing Banana way more aggressively on their T side than Little Mix did. Little Mix played with so much respect for Hymo. Hymo giving absolutely none. Not even to this smoke. Arvid is just pushed straight through. And a couple kills. Wyckoff. Actually, a man disadvantage. He's going to rush the bomb plant. He's in a 1 versus 1 on the site right now. And the other 2 CTs have slipped right past Wellho. You can hear these steps. Wyckoff needs to buy time. That's why he's tucking in towards new box. It's a great spot to be able to pivot. No utility to clear him out. He's just going to hide. Doesn't want to go down. Lets Wellho activate first. Wellho strikes. Finds one on the flank. Then Wyckoff catches a piece over. Bonemaster has to hurry up. 11 seconds. We'll tap the bomb. No kit play. That's it. Round done. just about in the chaos. Hymo recover that round. Again, no respect on Banana. It's a force buy. Mac-10's going straight through the smokes, not respecting Little Mix's utility. Catching them off with grenades, catching Little Mix before they can even establish a setup. It's costly for Hymo. They lose 3 players, but they get the bomb site. And Wykis, Wellho, well, Wykis plays it perfectly to set up Wellho on that flank. A flank of a flank. That's a hard reset on towards Little Mix. They're going to have to force up themselves. 1 round loss bonus. Kevlar pistols. So a lot of Deagles. I'd like to see a few more 5.7s on this map on Inferno. Great map for the 5.7. These Deagles are just going to get melted by the Mac-10s. But I mean, just that right there, that spam from Jape is something which Lil Mix just never did. They never applied pressure to Hymo, other than when they were clearly going somewhere. Hymo are pressuring Lil Mix, making Lil Mix scared. Lil Mix are so scared just from that spam, they've gamble stacked. I mean, in all honesty, I don't hate the decision from Lil Mix to gamble stack, right? If Hymo choose to go B, you've got all of your players there, all of your eggs in one basket to try and stop that. If they don't, you can save the Kevlar, save the Deagles, or the pistols, should I say, for you to use in the next round when you're going to eco. I don't want to see Lil Mix going for a hunt. I want them to be disciplined, save these weapons. That being said, Hymo, they probably are going to hunt. They've got a couple Mac-10s. They know the financial situation for Lil Mix. These might be some free kills to farm on that extra kill reward that the Mac-10 has of $600 per kill. There you go, the Mac-10 activates. Good for 2. Easy for Arvid. Oh, Bowden, nice. 1 knee gone to Arvid. A little bit of damage, but at the end of the day, that's only 2 Mac-10s. 2 SMGs lost for Hymo. Get their way up onto double digits. Creeping closer to eliminating Little Mix here from United21 Season 27. Full eco. USP stack up on towards Banana, but oh, this utility. Gonna soften them right up, and this M4 will have a field day on these unarmored opponents. There's gonna be an anti-eco ace for Jape. The M4A4 is actually a lovely weapon to have on that T side up against unarmored opponents. You've got the one-shot headshot potential and very clean spray, higher fire rate than the AK. I'd make the argument it's actually a better weapon against pistols than the AK. Round 17, Little Mix had their first gun round, but it's not a strong one. Again, utility is limited. Compromises at hand with Dubes down to a Famous. But again, Hymo, next to no respect. Finally, Little Mix take Banana. They get 2 kills. In the meantime, Upi catches Bowden. And look how keen Hymo are to take these fights, to get in the face of Little Mix. That entire time with that Banana take, Upi pushing towards mid to get a kill. Wykis, his reaction blows open that smoke, and Wellho lurking in towards Apps does what Little Mix couldn't do at all in the first half, which is win a 1v1 fight. So man advantage, Hymo clearing out this A site. Little Mix shifting in on the flank here to see if they can find a timing to start assaulting this post plant before it can be well established, but it seems like they may be a little too late. Upi gives them an audio cue as to his location. A well-placed incendiary. Or a Molotov, and it's even going to tickle the toes of BQ. Dubes to fall apart. Hymo, full attention there towards short. A lovely little crossfire. They find themselves onto map, match, and series point here. Little Mix just one round away from last place in Group C. And again, I'm going to be working with SMGs, 3 MP9s, 2 rifles, and those 2 rifles have no utility. Except for that smoke, of course. Aggressive in towards apps. Will find Wellho. A peek in towards mid. Suddenly, Lil Mix have found 4 kills in very quick succession. Hymo quite uncoordinated. Lil Mix finally playing with a little less respect. Wyke's just going to be fading in the smoke. And you can see Lil Mix knows possibility. There you go. It's a clean round. I mean, it's quite a stark contrast, right? As soon as Lil Mix start to play a little bit more aggressive, now that they were 1 round away from coming last. They've realised that, okay, yeah, this might be it. So they go, screw it, let's just get aggressive. Let's just take those fights. Let's take those gambles. Why not? But you can see just how effective they are. When you disrespect Hymo, you catch them off guard. If Hymo are playing with no respect, why should you respect them? The no respect continues. Arvid straight up banana, searching for an opening kill. Doesn't quite land anything. The utility raining on in does soften up Dubes. Oh, and the spam. Straight on to Peace Over. Early execution here. They've got the man advantage. All they need to do is trade out. They've done that successfully. Lil Mix, a very poor setup, really. Very weak trade potential, but the rotations are coming through thick and fast. BQ with a double that leaves Dubes 5 HP in the clutch. If he can find one here, into the 1v1, and actually lands it. Catches Arvid in rotation. And Wellho on low HP. It's an easy clutch there for Dubes. Little Mix staying afloat here. But again, it's simple from Hymo. They get a man advantage. They then group up and they pop onto somewhere, maximizing trade potential, all 4 players in one spot. And not only that, but Little Mix, a very weak setup to counter. The trade potential, the crossfire is just simply not there. I'm actually going to be forcing up here. They've got plenty of, I say plenty of rounds to play with. This lead can very quickly dissipate if they're on the back foot, economically speaking. So they're gambling on trying to win it here with Tech 9s and pistols. And 2 rifles. Peeking towards mid for BQ. Hymo ready for it. Little Mix again playing with respect now. They've got no info on Banana. They've been pushed back off of mid. But it does mean the bone can activate towards apps with a quick 2. Crossfire to be established at the back of the site. BQ dancing as Quicks rotates in. Hymo unable to find a single kill there on the A site hit. And we actually have a tactical pause coming in for Little Mix. I think this might be the first pause we've had this entire series. Hymo finally on an eco. Perhaps Little Mix trying to figure out the economy, right? They saw that Hymo had a couple pistols, so it's uncertain whether that was a force or a half buy. Should be able to figure out that that one was a force, judging by the util invested as well. Similar setup for Hymo, except this time they don't have the utility to back it up. Will creep through the edge of the smoke. Master misses the shot. Hymo will take mid control. Also contesting for Banana. Little Mix will execute down. Doobs clearing out the corners to find two. Oopie lands a 1D and Arvid has found the timing to slip rounding towards Archway. Should be able to get a flank in towards Library 2. Oh, and BQ pushes in towards the site. Arvid gets the information and lands one, but a quick pivot from Bowden. Finds two. Oh my goodness, Bowden with the deagle. Oh, everything could have all come undone there for Little Mix if Bowden doesn't land such beautiful shots. Now Oopie climbs out of the balcony. Drops down onto Bowden, an easy one tap. It's the clutch, a 1 versus 2, AWP in hand. Search for Beast over. Oh, we'll find him. A flick on the AWP, low on health. Doobs only needs to land one bullet now. Oh, but Oopie caught transitioning. The worst timing, to be honest, to be just sat out in the open. I get that he probably wanted to cover into a nice spot towards pit, but it's too late to move there. You think about how long it takes for a rotation from Doobs to cover from the bottom of Banana. It's exactly the moment he's going to peak. But that was just pistols behind them, and it went down to a 1 versus 1. Now they have the weapons back out in hand. Little Mix stacking a little bit towards B here. B-Server kept honest onto 2 HP. Tagged down. Doobs holds for Arvid. There's no trade to come through. Master scoped up towards short. I'm pretty sure Hymo were within range to have heard that scope. Wykiss currently sat posted up himself with his own sniper. But Little Mix with this man advantage, they're going to play retake towards B. Even just Doobs. Stacking 3 players towards A with a 4th. And BQ towards CT. Well hope. Creeping towards Apps in a great spot for an A split here. And Hymo have managed to creep all the way up towards long. A smoke will actually blind Bowden to the site. Or Beast over. Oopie will be able to have free reign to clear out the site itself. Wellho comes out towards the apps and this A site defense has capitulated. No reaction to that A smoke, to that smoke that came in towards CT, in towards Archway. There was no reaction then. There was then no reaction to the smoke towards the site. And Lil Mix go out with Butter Whimper here on Inferno. 13-9. That is Hymo eliminating Little Mix from United21. Little Mix coming last place there in Group C. And I have to say, is honestly quite a disappointing showing for them. They looked quite lifeless, quite timid there on Mirage. On Inferno, they were constantly giving up opening kills to Hymo. Hymo constantly had man advantages to work with. And Little Mix just seemed to never really touch the B site, where Hymo were making mistakes. And Little Mix just didn't punish them. So quite disappointing there from Little Mix. But congratulations to Hymo. They'll be moving on to that Deciders match. We do have another match coming up later. That'll be the losers match of Group D, and that'll be coming up in just 50 minutes. So stick around, make sure to tune in, have a bite to eat, have some lunch, have some water, have whatever it is. Keep yourself refreshed, and we'll be back in 50 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to United21 Season 27. We just saw, just early this morning, Hymo eliminate Little Mix from Group C. And we've got one more elimination match coming your way here. Inner Circle versus Leo of Group D, the final elimination match. So we will be able to see who will be coming in last place over in Group D. We can have a quick look at the standings to see how these two teams made it this far. We saw that earlier, Inner Circle, they lost to Woper in a 2-1 fashion. We also then had Leo losing to Gen 1 2-0. Inner Circle, quite, I don't want to say a relatively hyped team, but there's some familiar names in this lineup without a doubt. You've got the likes of Oscar, Sticko, Fessa, QQ, and Krasnal, players who have played in Tier 1 before. More so Oscar and Sticko, as well as Krasnal, who I believe was on Monty for a while. They're going to be taking on Leo in this elimination match. If you want to take a quick look at the Veto, we can see what maps that these teams will be playing on. So Inferno, Nuke Band out. We then have Mirage, Ancient Pick. Nubis and Train Band leaving a Dust to Decider. Now, Inner Circle, obviously, they're a much newer team. They don't even have a HLTV rank, let alone a VRS rank. So the stats for them, they haven't played any HLTV games. It's hard to decipher exactly what their map pool is. So Leo are literally just going to have to be playing to their own strengths. And, I mean, historically, Leo liked to pick Train, but they've decided to let Dust 2 go in as a decider. Perhaps feeling a little bit more comfortable on that one. Picking into Ancient as well. And Mirage, obviously, a bit more of an even ground. I'd have to say, Leo have a decent opportunity with some even grounded maps. And we will be kicking off Mirage first thing straight away. With Inner Circle here, starting on that offensive side. We're going to be having 4 sets of Kevlar. Single flash brought up on QQ. A couple P250s dropped over as well. Leo team also getting some upgraded pistols with Cleo and Malchus working on the Julies. No kit in play, but they're looking to try and win the round outright, denying a bomb plant. Not gambling on a defuse here. They are playing heavily stacked towards this A site. Inner Circle, it's a very slow start from them. Spreading out across the map, searching for information, but the only thing Fess is going to find is a frag to their head. So a man disadvantage for the international squad. We're going to start grouping up here towards B apps. Leo, they managed to search towards Palace, cleared that out early. Information. The A is unlikely, so they're going to overload, cheat a rotation towards this B site, and in the nick of time, Krivda tested here in towards the bench, but he's bought time and space for one unique to activate and establish a crossfire to get a double kill. And Malchus finishes off Oscar as he started the round with those dualies. So an unimpressive start there for Inner Circle on that pistol round. Started off slow, but could not quite close that one out. Leo team going to be investing fully. In fact, Inner Circle also going to be investing fully. No bomb plant for them, but they'll force by regardless. Going for Deagles and Kevlar across the board with Oscar on the upgraded Scout. Oscar, a fierce player with the sniper rifles. Inner Circle will just spread out, searching for a pick. They don't want to give anything up themselves either too early, so they're not committing too hard anywhere just yet. Leo, they got the information early on in mid, saw there was nothing there, so now they're going to bolster those extremities. Also, again, towards A with a double ramp set up between Cleo and Marat. Inner Circle then started walking towards middle after Leo have vacated control. And Krasnal, a beautiful deagle shot on towards Marat, but the setup does what it's there for. the trade to come through. QQ finds Malkis. Malkis just sat out in the open, focused so heavily towards Connector, forgetting about Palace. And Inner Circle managed to find a bomb plant off the back of this round, as well as a picked up M4. Sticko is just going to maintain Connector control. His two teammates take a strong post plant in towards CT as Leo retake between jungle and ramp. Sticko has all that information, can hear these steps, communicate that across with his teammates. He's going to tuck into this corner, try and buy time, and even gets a kill for his troubles. A 1-for-1 trade. Time ticking off this bomb. Cleo has a smoke and a kit, but it's planted towards default. QQ with a perfect weapon to try and spam this smoke, but he's got an extra player to deal with, and he won't win that fight. The defuse will come through. A successful retake there from Leo. 2 versus 2. Benefit of having that extra player coming in from ramp is he can clear so many of the other angles. If he wasn't there, I wouldn't be surprised if many of the Leo team players coming in jungle would have had to spend time clearing out all these other spots, clearing out Sandwich, clearing out Default, clearing out Ninja. But the fact that Cleo is towards ramp, he can say, hey, they're all towards CT. Now the bomb plant does give Inner Circle a healthier buy here. So they are going to be going for that force buy. Instead of Deagles now, it's the exact same investment. Oscar still with the Scout, force buying with Kevlar, but instead of Deagles, it's a couple AKs, a couple Galils. So marked improvement. Leo team, they only 5 with 2, so their buy is much of the same, to be honest. With M4s, MP9, weak utility. Inner Circle will play this round similarly. In terms of it's a slow start, waiting to see if Leo make the next move. Waiting to see if Leo make any mistakes as they sit at the top of middle, holding for any aggression. Oh, lovely shot from one Unique. Quick double dink on towards Fessa. Gives Leo a man advantage. Inner Circle coordinated here and there. Assault one Unique. Paths just up in towards the Palace. On towards stairs and will find one before eventually being hunted down. So a 3 versus 3. Also managed to find another kill in the process. Malkis tucked in towards the ramp. Sticko goes for the clear, but it's a very windy spray. It only takes down Malkis to 78 points of health, and that leaves Oscar in a 1 versus 3. The mid-round looked relatively coordinated there from Inner Circle. They started off again with that slow default, waiting to see if Leo made any pushes. They then took that ground, ready to pounce on an A split, but it was the late round, once they got on towards that site, was a little bit scrappy in the 3 versus 3. All 3 players split up. Sticko solo clearing ramp on his own, losing a fight to an MP9. If he wins that fight, perhaps they could get that bomb planted. Perhaps they can focus their attention on the other Leo players towards the other extremities. Instead, Leo tie a third together, and Inner Circle finally have their bank broken. Going to be half buying around this saved M4 from Oscar. Throwing a little bit of an A-site execution here. Leo playing heavily in towards middle. Full retake of this A-site. They have the grenades and the utility to blow open these smokes. It'll make it very difficult for Inner Circle to cross. Krasnal falling victim to exactly that. Full retake coming in towards CT. It's a lovely spot for it. The flash is good. The trade's even better. Marat taking point with this MP9. Even swapping over to the USP and finds a triple kill. That's a textbook retake from Leo. Even though they were playing heavy towards jungle, they had nobody towards CT. They got the man advantage by using, again, this mechanic in CS2. It means that we're seeing more often we did in CSGO, the A anchor playing towards jungle sometimes. Because if an execute comes in, you can blow open those smokes, still get a kill on the cross. But once they got that kill, they didn't force their way through towards jungle. They maintained jungle control with one player. He just kept that. And the rest of the players all converged towards CT, traded out CT, and it's a much stronger position to retake the site from CT spawn. So you have one pack with one lurk, essentially, on the retake. Denied all the extremity control from inner circle. But again, another bomb plant for inner circle. That was a half investment. Full loss bonus plus bomb plant. A nice, healthy buy here with the AKs and even the AWP up on Oscar. Early flash taking connect to control. Fessa set up. Dodges the second flash, but doesn't dodge the bullets from Marat 2K. So he does go down. He's traded. Puts us into a 4 versus 4. In a circle. Taking heavy short control. And again, this aggression towards ramp. Proving successful for Leo. Cleo has found QQ. And giving the CTs a man advantage to work with and so much information. Leo now no longer have to be concerned with the A site pretty much at all. And Cleo's actually going to continue to push in towards T-spawn. Makes for a very uncomfortable spot for inner circle. Malchus is having to watch two angles. He's having to watch towards apps and towards short, and that's been his undoing. Sticko on this lurk has found the player in towards market. And he even found a second one towards Cleo. Lovely little off angle there on top of the shelf. Yeah, as I was saying, the push from Cleo, yes, they cleared all of A. And process of elimination, if they're not coming up connector, it's probably B. But the thing is, they only had one player watching B. You can say, oh, but they had a second player towards market. Yeah, but he's not watching anywhere towards B. He's watching the flank, watching for Sticko's window play. Regardless of that fight that Sticko won, regardless of that, Malchus had an AWP and had to watch both B apps and short. Just looking at the minimap. And he was pivoting between the two, I could tell, looking at the minimap. And that just meant that he's giving an opportunity for inner circle to find a timing, to catch him off guard, to catch him not looking. And that's exactly what happened. They pop on towards the B site. He's not looking. Gets shot in the head. The B site is open. And Sticko with that lurk kill just sort of hammers the point home. So they get the first round on the board in a circle. Do have a quick tech pause. Leo, despite winning 4 in a row, their cash isn't great. Having not saved any weapons. Only Krivda and 1 unique can really afford a full buy, so they might be on an eco here. Just looking at the inner circle logo. And I get that it's an IC. But why is it in a cube or a hexagon? And not a circle? I mean, if you look at it sideways, it's also an IN for inner. It does appear that Leo are going to choose to go for a bit of a force buy here. Squeezing out a couple MP9s. M4 and 1 unique. Again, Krivda could perhaps buy. Although Krivda's got extra cash and Malkis hasn't bought yet, so there is a world where Krivda drops an AWP over to Malkis. The pause is over, and no, he's not going to drop over and... Oh wait, he has bought an AWP. Malkis has got a scout, but I think Krivda might be using the AWP himself. He's got an extra $200 for a flash. He could buy one. I don't know why Krivda's not bought a flash. Could be the difference maker. That's a missed window smoke there, landing at the bottom of mid. Oh, and Sticko tagged even lower. Top connector will get smoked with that AWP. Actually lands the opening kill, so worth that investment. Also clearing out the B apps lurk. You can see Leo shuffling 4 players over to defend this A site with the 2-man pushing towards ramp. Again, these ramp aggressions have been very successful for them, but they're pushing all the way through here. 1 unique tucked in towards jungle. Finds Fessa. Dealt with by Oscar and Sticko, but Sticko overplays his hand, not expecting Krivda to be so close in the market, giving Leo a man advantage. In a circle. Hunting towards ramp, but again, the player with an MP9 towards ramp gets a kill. Krivda has Oscar held. Can't help but feel for Inner Circle there. Again, they're looking really well coordinated at the starts of rounds. They've got a clear idea as to how they want to get into the mid rounds. But these mid to late rounds seem a little bit discohesive. Aggression now on the cards. A change of pace. Krasnal, the opening, but Marett with this MP9 is going to find 3 kills, almost the 4th. Just like that. Inner Circle have been decimated, and Sticko this entire time was towards apps for some reason. I mean, my only thought process there is if he had so much faith in his teammates to take the A site that he would then be there as a lurk to close it out, come in on a flank and a backstab to stop a successful retake, with the A site being quite retake heavy. But Inner Circle didn't even take the A site. They all fell to MP9 on ramp.
Counter-terrorists win.
Sticko dinks down. Simply not enough time for this clutch. We'll just go for the save. Inner Circle going to be Going for a half investment around the saved AK. Taking a tactical pause, and they need it. Coach LMBT can impart his words of wisdom. Quite a heavy investment on this half buy, with Sicko not having any cash due to him being saved. Krasnal's actually forced all the way up. Again, bit of a pace change here from Inner Circle. They've realised that mid control, they've been able to take that for pretty much for free. And there we go, Sicko activates up towards short. They don't, one unique, not expecting it, but the HEs from Mirage2K finds two is enough to stall out this Inner Circle assault. They're still pivoting, still dancing around this back site in the 3 versus 3. Short, still a threat. Oscar, good for one. Mirage2K again, another frag. HE, oh, gets Sticko down to 1 point of health. To the 1 versus 1, Malkis knows he's below, 5-7 in hand, will swing out. Take the kill. A double for him, Mirage2K with a triple. Even then, after the tactical pause, after the adjustment from Inner Circle, you know, they've been so slow in towards middle, they've been conditioning Leo to just not touch mid. That they say, hey, look, if they're not playing mid, we can rush mid and split a site immediately. And yeah, lo and behold, they get an opening from it, but they then can't take the site. They still can't penetrate the defense. Here we go, finally, an opening frag for Inner Circle. Some aggression from Leo team. They adapt to the fact that they haven't been working with mid-control at all, so they start to fight, start to contest, but in doing so, they give Inner Circle the opening fights. Right towards the top connector. Leo, again, correctly leaning heavy towards this A site. Malkis, great spot with that AWP, catches the Fessa lurk. Means that now this entire Inner Circle assault all comes from one spot. Focusing in towards ramp. They are getting the trades. There's enough Leo team plays to slow them down. Malkis, a beautiful shot on the triple, on for the quad. Spots QQ out. We'll actually lose that fight, but QQ down to half health. Krivda now in the clutch. Position unknown. It's a messy spray, but QQ unaware. So Leo will get that 8th. Again, breaking Inner Circle. Inner Circle. They're just failing to convert any of these rounds. I mean, they're not even able to get any of these bomb plants. Force by now for Inner Circle, starting to get a little bit desperate. Khalil's Tech 9s and then one single AK. Look at that HE, so good. Krivda drops utility. There's a 2-man setup here on towards the B site, ready to defend. Marrett using the cover of that smoke to pivot around, finds QQ. In fact, it's Krivda who will collect 3. Leaving Fessa 1 versus 4. That's all. Again, Leo just they have all the information, right? Because Inner Circle aren't pressuring mid so much. Leo just needed 1 player up towards short, and they had all that info. They could then leave 2 players tucked towards B. And the utility is Perfect from Krivda. Deep HE softens them up. Smoke to give himself cover to play behind. Inner Circle just didn't have the pathing, didn't have the protocols to adapt. It's an attempt at getting some vision in towards mid. Again, Inner Circle setting themselves up for a sight hit. Malkis just dancing around triples, going to find 2. That's before Cleo's even activated on the site. The first line of defense only just now is tested. Oscar in a 1 versus 5. Just overwhelmed. The peaks come through. 10-1. This is dire for Inner Circle. I mean, the way that Leo are playing, the thing is, Inner Circle conditioned Leo to say, look, we're not taking mid fast. We're going slow on mid. But because they're going slow on mid, Inner Circle's own decision-making has made Leo play towards the extremities. Leo are bolstering the A site, bolstering the B site. Yet Inner Circle are then still going for site executions. They need to start using mid to default. The one round that was successful for them is when they were able to take mid and play with the rotations and thin the herd. Now, the last round of the half, they finally change it up, but it's so predictable. You've got 1 round left and you finally go fast towards mid. But you just get shut down, picked apart. The protocols here. Hello, Fessa. Where? I need to shut up. Fessa, quick couple kills. Oscar with another. But just QQ in the clutch. A 1v2. Bomb on his back. Knows the location of at least one player in towards CT, but not of the second. This smoke does make it messy. QQ can't afford to not clear the smoke. He has to respect it. Oh, timing. Both players pass around the edge. QQ actually wins out that fight. Marat2K barely scathed. So Dane steps her towards CT. Krivda in a great spot. Has him pinned in towards the site. Reveals his location. 47 seconds. There's plenty of time on the clock. Bounces a flash. Krivda happy to dodge. Just shift out underneath the triple box. Spots the shadow out. A free kill. 11-1. Barely any signs of life from Inner Circle. Again, the 1 round they won was when they were able to take mid control slowly. They didn't rush it. They took mid control slowly, left a player in there to play with the rotations, and then hit one of the sites. They didn't do that at all for the rest of the half. It was then constantly just one player working mid, trying to be distraction, whilst you executed the sites. And this is the pick of Inner Circle. This was their choice. They've only managed to win 1 round in the entire first half, and Fessa's got his knife out pushing mid. Okay, swaps to the P2K just in time. There's a mid push here from the CTs, and they're going to find the opening kill. And looking to swarm, they're not relenting just yet. Searching for these fights, but might be their undoing. Fessa still sticking around. Malkis. Now multiple players peek onto his screen. Cleo unable to trade. Ooh, Leo getting a little bit overconfident there with punishing the overextension from Inner Circle. They then overextend themselves. Marat 2K left in the clutch, a 1v3. Bomb not in his control. Inner circle do have eyes on it, I believe. Creep underneath Krasnil, but now reveals his location, and it doesn't get a kill for his trouble either. Barely any time. Krasnil knows it, doesn't want to give him the fight. Wasting time off of that clock. Eventually he will fall. So Inner Circle do find a second round, and it's a pistol round no less. Leo going to be full eco here. They'll allow Inner Circle to make the scoreline look a little less egregious. That being said, Cleo still has a deagle. Still danger. QQ, a lone defender of A right now. As Fessa searches the bottom of mid. The deagle fires off a shot. The waterfall comes out of Palace. QQ, good for one. Malchus going to be sticking this bomb plant. And Leo get away with it. Cleo activates with that deagle for two. Hello. Only one man disadvantage now. Now he's left alone in the clutch as Malchus has been removed. Bomb not planted for Cleo. He has to try and take these fights. Yeah, overwhelmed. Considering that was just one deagle invested though, Leo get away with a bomb plant and 2 kills. Not too shabby from the Ukrainians. That bomb plant. The impact of those extra $600 per player gives Leo a very healthy buy coming into the first gun round. They have plenty of grenades. Otherwise, they may be missing the odd flashbang. That utility can make the difference. Leo. Measured approach, taking mid control. One unique flashed in towards connector, will take it. Quite loud about it. Inner Circle well aware of one unique's forward positioning. Marat will search up and towards short. Krasnil pours util and towards ladder to try and keep himself alive. A lurk smoke thrown towards connector, but oh, that has missed somewhat. Big gap in it for Fessa to use. But Leo, they're setting themselves up for a bit of a B split here. 2 towards apps, 2 towards short. And they walk right past Krasnil in towards ladder with that smoke. Sets themselves up perfectly for this split where they'll find Sticko, the lone defender, left out to dry by Krasnil. He himself has now fallen. And the thing is, Inner Circle couldn't exactly rotate because they had to respect one unique's position in towards connector. From QQ, but Malchus will keep the advantage in Leo team's favour, and a double swing comes out. Leo now up onto map point. And there we go. That was the kind of round which Inner Circle just simply weren't able to pull off. They defaulted in towards mid. They didn't overextend in mid. They took the top boxes, took underpass, and then they waited for any reaction. The reaction didn't come through, so they pounced in taking connector control, pushed Inner Circle back, but they also pushed Krasnil and actually locked Krasnil in towards ladder and were able to just walk right past him. Inner Circle's rotations were, well, they just weren't there. They didn't rotate. They were pressured, blinded towards short, pressured and blinded towards con. They weren't sure what was more likely, a B or an A split. Now, inner circle have to force up, and they've only got 2 rifles to work with. Only 3 primary weapons included. Mara 2K again takes top mid control. Stakes his claim on that portion of the map and then falls back. Leo setting themselves up for a bit of a set piece on this B site, and it's a B site where Sticko only has a 5.7 to defend. It's a very good weapon for the job. There we go. Lands a dink onto Cleo. Fessa finishes him off from short. And then the double swing comes through, and Krivda tearing heads off of this B site defense. In a circle, left with a Deagle and an MP9 in a 2 versus 4 clutch, locked out of the bomb site. They're going to be jumping through, and Krivda will spot them both. Taking 1 kill down with him, and there you have it. Leo dominate Inner Circle on Inner Circle's map pick of Mirage, 13-3. Again, that T side looked very lackluster from Inner Circle. Their defaults were non-existent. They failed to adapt to the fact that Leo just were playing the bomb sites. They weren't playing mid. And the one round which they did, it looked pretty poor with that B split. But yeah, we're going to be moving on to the map pick of Leo next. So Inner Circle better dig deep, otherwise they're going to be facing elimination as we move on to Ancient in 11 minutes time. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back to this best of 3 between Inner Circle and Leo team here in United21 Season 27. Inner Circle are facing elimination right now. They just got absolutely demolished on their own map pick of Mirage, 13-3, with a very lackluster T side. Now we're going to be moving on to the home pick of Leo. Again, elimination match of Group D. Leo going to be creeping in towards A main, setting themselves up for a bit of an A site execution here on this pistol round. Smokes come raining on in towards Donut and towards CT. QQ on the edge of Donut, take contact first and we'll find one, but a very quick trade from Krivda, who's going to get this bomb plant rushed down. Leo focusing their post plant more so towards Temple here with Krivda tucked around the edge. Shadow spotted. Lovely little retake here. Potentially being set up by Inner Circle. I say that. Malkis has just domed Krasnal. Temple now no longer on the cards. It's going to have to be a Donut CT retake. With a man disadvantage. Not looking fruitful here for Inner Circle already. And Malkis another quick tap. Oscar, time ticking. Doesn't have a kit on his person. Leo know this. They're just tucking away, hiding, retreating round the corners. And Krivda will find an easy tap on towards Oscar. So Inner Circle's troubles are not subsiding anytime soon. Inner Circle going to be forcing up here. 5.7s, MP9 and a scout. There's some aggression here from Leo, splitting in towards heaven, fast through mid, grouping up in towards cave. You already find the opening on towards Krasnal. Receive a lot of util damage in the process. And they pulled a full rotation from Inner Circle over towards this B site, but that Molotov will force QQ in towards cave. I think Leo have pieced together the puzzle. They spotted at least 2 more players over here towards B. They're going to accelerate towards A. At most of only 1 player. Sticko has beaten them on the rotation, landed a dink. Little does he know, Malkis and Krivda incredibly low on health. CT smoke eventually comes through. Retake ensues. Inner Circle flooding out of Temple on towards the side. Krivda still hiding. He can't be cleared because they have to expose themselves towards Donut first. And he strikes at exactly the right time, leaving Oscar with this scout. 1 versus 4, simply no time to defuse. Leo team sprint away to try and save their weapons. The bomb radius on Ancient. It's quite a large one. Krivda just about surviving on 3 points of health. Oscar at least able to keep his scout in play. Big HE stack here from Inner Circle, charging in towards middle. On the Mac 10s on 1 unique on Marat 2K. They're just going to shred them to pieces. Like wet paper in a storm. When can you miss it? Oscar is again left alone. This time a 1 versus 5, far removed from the bomb site. And they're hunting. At the very least, they want to remove this Kevlar away. No scope from Oscar. Lands even the second headshot. Oh, and the knife. Insult to injury. cash in the bank there for Malchus. He's got an AWP up nice and early. Oscar, in all fairness, has the same. First gun round for Inner Circle. But already a third of the way in this half. Early smokes in towards mid. Oscar tested here on towards the A site. Good for one, but the trade comes through. QQ now tested, assaulted from multiple angles. It's good to find two in total. Giving Inner Circle a man advantage to work with. Ooh, Marat. Crosshair placement just a little too high. The crouch peak to come through, and that leaves Cleo in the clutch. I believe he's been spotted here. The full rotation now coming through from Krasnal. Cleo will walk through. Sticko has him pinned. With that AWP, can save that one to drop over towards Oscar. Inner Circle get the first round on the board here. Their fourth round in this best of three. Again, early smokes in mid. Professor crept down towards the slope here. Is good for one, but a quick trade doesn't anticipate Cleo to have already been out behind the box. Sticko now searching. Off the red room in a 4-on-4. Spots one unique damage exchanged. Pull back, and Marat2K chases and punishes Oscar. Marat2K finding the timing to do the damage. One small slip up there from Sticko and Oscar. Malchus capitalizes on all that space, all that chaos that Marat2K creates, weakens that B-bomb site. QQ, no choice yet to save. Very poor situation there for Inner Circle. Sticko with the M4A1S, less bullets. He empties a full clip. Has to go for the reload, and in doing so, gives a 2-3 second window where Marat2K chases him down and then can kill the players on B. Their back turned exposed towards Red Room, who are trusting Sticko to have it covered. Inner Circle forcing up here. I mean, it's a little bit all over the place. Sticko, Fessa, QQ, they've clearly forced up. Krasnal and Oscar still with cash in the bank. QQ will find the trade. Fessa tries his best to deny that bomb plant, but to no avail. Flash comes through. Malchus ready, drops an incendiary. Prevent the push. It's being split on from multiple angles here. Actually smoked off. Swing through around the edge, but they anticipate this. So they find an extra kill, but he's bought so much time off this clock. And in that time, Leo have found information towards the extremities. They've secured themselves a stronger setup to deny this retake coming in all through the slope. Now, one kill is enough for Inner Circle to turn around and save. Sticko can collect this AWP, keep these weapons up to fight in the next round.
Terrorists win.
Save enables Inner Circle another investment. And a very good one at that. The HEs are good. Very good, in fact. Sticko, Fessa softened up. A second HE comes in. Not a single player has spotted one another. We've already got a kill here in mid from 3 HEs being thrown. Spam, Leo, unrelenting with their pressure towards Inner Circle. They're in a good spot for if Sticko had the utility to actually fight him towards heaven, but smoked off, spammed down, a man disadvantage. They disengage. The presence in towards mid is enough to force Inner Circle to play passive towards B. They blind them towards mid, and then they blind them towards B with a long and short smoke. And look at this read. I mean, Leo have pulled his rotations beautifully. An empty B bomb site and an empty A bomb site. Matt 2K still making presence on this lurk. Catches Krasnal, gets further information. The location of these Inner Circle players. But at round, I mean, Leo, not only do they get the opening pick, they then withstand lane control. They don't let Inner Circle take it. They don't get bullied in that respect. They stand their ground so much that Inner Circle decide to fall off of not just lane but mid as well. Then with mid, they then smoke them off Red Room and Donut, fully blind them towards mid, so they don't know what's going on there. They then throw an execution on towards B, and then basically ended up shuffling the CT defense further and further back on mid. The B defense has had no reaction, so they've also shuffled back. They're then playing behind the smokes, and they're all grouped up behind the smokes, all 4 players. Inner Circle is barely putting up a fight right now, and now in mid, they're fully blinded. They're playing to contest, but they find nothing but death. Fessa, at least able to put up some semblance of a fight, but it's very quickly traded back. Oscar, a very quick flick, a quick reaction onto Krivda. And Marit, moving into search, creeps underneath and catches Oscar in retreat. Leaving Krasnal in a 1 versus 3. Position now known. Util can come through to block his approach.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists
And one unique. A little off angle there with the AWP will prevent the clutch attempt. Circle forced by up again, compromises aplenty, weak utility. downgraded weapons. They're not winning this fight in mid, so they've decided to give it up. Play a 2-3 split towards the extremities, towards the sites. But even then, towards these sites, they're not playing very far forward. Leo have plenty of room to work with here. They have A main, they now have middle. They have all of B lane. They're about to take Cheetah as well. Now, additionally, the smokes come in, so not only do they have control of mid, they've also denied the information from Inner Circle. Leo, off the back of mid control, they make their way in towards red room. Malchus pins the rotation, but a missed shot. Actually leaves his teammate out to dry. It's a sticky spot now for Leo. Inner Circle are played so passively, they're not giving them any early frags. And Leo have actually ended up having to walk in towards the trap in mid. But just one single kill there on towards Fessa, and it's an open pathway towards this B bomb site. 10 seconds left. They have to get this bomb planted. They can't waste time clearing too many angles.
Bomb has been planted.
They plant. Krasnal rotates in, catches them back turned. Mollied off. One Unique tries to take the fight, just about dodges the flash. Tuck now in towards long. Punishes Oscar's miss. Bomb, I believe, still planted for him towards short. Low on bullets, but that's not going to stop him from winning the fight versus QQ. Swaps to the AWP with a wide swing on Krasnal's MP9. The accelerated movement speed, perhaps unexpected by one Unique.
Bomb has been defused.
Inner Circle
Terrorists win.
net themselves a second. But only just. Again, they had the setup. They had the players ready for that red room push. It was a weak attempt from Leo, but then one small crack. Leo turned into a gaping hole. An opening kill already. Leo looking to accelerate and just brawl up on towards this B bomb site. One Unique caught with Util in his hand, but his teammate comes in to save him. A man advantage, and they're not even up on towards the site itself yet. Oscar still a threat towards long. Leo patiently wait for this smoke to bloom, but Marek steps ahead a little too early. Now Leo freeze. Yes, a disadvantage, but they can still wait for a mistake to come through. Malchus with this AWP, the perfect weapon for the job. Pins Sticko. An equal exchange. Replenish of the smoke towards long. Will block Oscar's AWP. At least one of the sight lines. Malchus can then walk in to take the sight line of his own. The one angle which Malchus won't expect here is that of QQ's. Krivda will successfully get in towards the site. Oscar walked into Malchus's AWP. QQ, unexpected, finds the first, but the rifle ready to trade of Krivda. 30 seconds of time on the board for these fights to be reset. Off angle held by Krivda, but it's Leo to take the victory. Again, it's a scrappy start. You get 2 openings before you even get onto the site. Small mistake gives Inner Circle a footing into the round, but Leo then just sit back and wait for Inner Circle to make their own mistakes in response. Very calm and composed mid-round there from Leo. With 2 rounds left in the half, and Inner Circle are going to choose to force buy up again. It feels like throughout the entirety of these last two maps. It's been force buy after force buy after force buy from inner circle. Compromised buys left, right, and centre. MP9s decide to get aggressive in towards Cave, but Leo, I was about to say sat ready and waiting for it. Leo falls victim. Doesn't matter, Leo team is going to accelerate in towards this A site. They dump Util in towards Temple, prevent that rotation coming through. Sentinel has found a second kill, caught the lurking player in mid. That player could have been incredibly impactful in sealing the round for Leo, but instead they're going to have to battle back from an awkward spot here. Fortunately for them, Inner Circle have no utility and no kit. Oscar domed a slow peek with the M4. Looking as if he had an AWP there. It's not the fight to take. Trades come through. Krivda now left in the clutch. It's a 10-second defuse. Sticko with the AWP pinned. A perfect pre-aim from Krivda. And I think he's bought enough time. Yeah, there's not enough time on that defuse. Fessa decides to pick up the AWP and run away.
Terrorists win.
And he won't even survive the bomb radius. That AWP will go down. Krivda, what a clutch. What a beautiful pre-aim. Pretty fire even on towards Sticko. Playing with that information beautifully. Hearing Sticko drop his weapon, pick up the AWP, scope in. As if that's the case, a very limited amount of angles that he'll play. Do a quick technical pause. Marat 2K has dropped from the server. And judging by the fact that the red X on the minimap, I'm pretty sure he was the player lurking in mid. So I'm wondering if that's how he died, because the game might have crashed or something. Therefore wasn't able to fight in the Xbox. Marat back in the server. Question is, when will Inner Circle join him? Again, it's another weak investment. Last round of the half, Inner Circle forcing up. But it's MP9s and even an auto shotgun on Oscar. And the 5th from Leo to the contact up on towards this B site. They catch Fessa off guard. Utility comes raining on in. Fessa caught. A little adjustment there from One Unique to go for the head. Krivda finds Sticko in the process. This is just lights out for Inner Circle. Somebody put them to bed.
Terrorists win.
10-2 half. 11-2 on the map, first map, 10-2 on the second. Inner Circle still 5 rounds total across these 2 maps. This is not a good looking team right now. Management of the economy has been poor with force buy after force buy. And it feels like the sets have been borderline non-existent. I want to see Oscar being set up with this AWP, which he's rarely had, for success. Being used like the spearhead of a weapon, but he's not. And Inner Circle's mid-rounding, their re-aggression has looked non-existent. Their re-aggression has been reactive rather than proactive. Admittedly, yes, they are a pretty new team. But with players of this caliber, I'd expect a slightly higher standard. Leo going for a 2-man A main push. Not going to see anything just yet. In the meantime, Cleo with Julies and a smoke drops a smoke to try and block towards B, to try and delay any execution, so that if Inner Circle attack this B site, they'll wait for the smoke first. It buys an extra 20 seconds for this A main push to get closer, to have a quicker flank. And Sticko turns around, anticipates the push behind him. Position revealed, tagged down low, Sticko with no Kevlar. Marit 2K being pressured here on the back lines, but it's no sweat. 2 clean kills, Cleo with 3. You're primed for that split there. Marit 2K, again, under pressure, finds 2. Cleo finds 3. Like, even when Inner Circle are getting the right setups, when they're getting Leo under pressure, they just can't get it over the line. Seems like Leo aren't breaking a sweat whatsoever. Despite being 11-2 down, Inner Circle are actually fully ecoing. They're going to allow Leo team to get onto map match and series point, just so they can have a gun round out. This is the moment where I would have said, yes, go for a force buy. Not the times when the scoreline's been relatively close. And Marit 2K is just going to get a quad. Loan them all down with an MP9. 12-2. Okay, so Inner Circle have decided, yes, rather than forcing up on the second round, going for a 10-9 Kevlar buy to challenge the MP9s, we're going to see if we can go on a 10-round comeback. Leo take aggressive mid control. 1-2-2 split. They're also taking lane here. That's a lot of information. As soon as that pressure comes out over towards A, they can adjust their rotation. Inner Circle cancel their push. But they've burnt so much of their own utility in the process. They have 3 smokes left. That's it. This was supposed to be the gun round that they were investing on. At the very least, I was about to say, push had given them some mid control, but Oscar just walked into one unique on a more advantageous angle, tucked into that cubby, his shoulder then hidden. He has the advantage on a slow peek at that range. So he falls for free to an MP9. Marit is actually found, tucked in towards Bucket. That's a lot of information now in the hands of Leo. Inner Circle have to start hurrying on this site hit. Leo start to circle. There's a 2-man flank coming in towards Heaven. Question is, do they clear Fessa? Regardless, they've been spotted out by the players on towards lane, and Marcus does indeed clear Fessa. It's a free kill. Man advantage now for Leo. Cave control. Crypto walking his way up towards short. QQ with the AK against the MP9. Loses that fight, but Krasnell's flank activates. Sticko mows down 2, and it leaves 1 unique, 6 HP. in the clutch. Hello. Takes the fight on towards Sticko. There is time on the bomb. Krasnal is low, but one unique. Going to elect to save the MP9 and the Kevlar, as well as the kit.
Terrorists win.
So in a circle, survive for one more round. Leo, plenty of cash to buy here after a clean second round. They made no reinvestments there on the third. Well, not only that, but Mirage farmed plenty of cash with the MP9. Juicy HE straight on the Professor's Dome. 51 points of damage. Sticko lurking towards A. It's a lovely angle held by Crypto. Makes a step. Oh, and Crypto actually wins that fight? Seriously? Sticko, he just dropped down into your crosshair. Admittedly, we didn't see it from his POV, but at least in a circle find an opening. One unique overextends down towards the slope, but with that overextension, will they expect a second place towards long? Well, he's been spotted out now. And Krasnal will collect. Marat tested. Dodges the flash and pushes back the T's towards long. A 3 versus 3, the retake about to ensue, but QQ pushing towards long. Really fun timing. Traded. Oscar next up on the plate. Calm composed. Goes for the wide swing and collects a double. Again, another round of survival for Inner Circle. They beat their round count on Mirage. Full eco for Leo. 5 USPs. Creeping up, contacting him towards A main. Go. First point of contact. Dink. Sees heavy damage in response and drops util to try and prevent the push. HE will at least finish off Crypta. And in a circle, drop more util to block elbow to prevent that push, to prevent that flank. Again, to keep those USPs at bay. Marat2K gets himself in towards T-spawn. It's a great spot to listen for sound cues. And these players accelerating towards B as the other 3 players of Leo shift back in towards middle. Looking to see if they can find a straggler, find a lurker to move the weapon from. To help increase their chances in this round or the next. I mean, at this point with the bomb so far ticked, it's almost certainly the next. In a circle, will try and safely get their way in towards T-spawn, and Oscar absolutely blocked there and towards the doors, trying to escape with that AWP. So he'll actually go down, so there is a slight cost. Fortunately, the AWP was able to be picked up. Tactical pause from Leo, perhaps assessing whether they want to fully invest in this one. Their cash is not great, 4,300 down on Marat. So they will be lacking certain pieces of utility. You can see reflected in their buy. Very weak grenade on Ancient. A lot of those grenades are used very early on. 1 minute 40, and there's 1 minute 38, and there's 3 grenades left. Just 3 smokes. That's it. And there's only 2 players left for Leo. As Fessa is flashed in towards mid, and will absolutely mow them down. Malchus should look to save here. Maybe see if he can find QQ to pick up an AK. Head spotted though. QQ will find him. And Circle are closing that scoreline. 12-2 to 12-6. Do have control of the economy, but Leo, this isn't just a full eco, this is a half investment. They can get the upgraded pistols and Kevlar. With the loss bonus built up, they can still be a threat. Circle. Keep their way in towards mid-control. Reactive smoke deployed. Blocks them from entering towards Donut. They've done a decent job at keeping these players on A honest so they can focus their full attention on B without having to worry about a full, complete stack. But that smoke might throw a spanner in the works here. And the circle reveal that they're waiting behind it so this rotation can be pulled a little bit earlier. From Leo. Molly and flush this player into Oscar's crosshair. He whips out the Deagle, has enough of it. The AK coming in for Krasnal, but met by the CZ. Fortunately, Fessa finds 2. Back turned, and oh my goodness, they've not cleared Chris though. Okay, not like this. Okay, I don't even know how Crifter's got on here, but he's in a 1 versus 1. Time ticking. Sticker doesn't even know where he is. And oh, on the edge of your seat stuff right there. Sticko clearing short, pivots around, and 20 points of health difference. That would have been like 1 shot on the 5-7. And Leo team could have just eliminated in a circle with pistols. I'm trying to think how Crifter got there, because he rotated in through red room through CT. So unless he pushed through short when Sticker was going up long, and somehow flanked round pillar. Good flash in towards mid. Fessa fully blinded by Crifter there. Crifter spots the shoulder, one of the A players. Will tag down Oscar. Incendiary dropped, will prevent the broken push. Krasnal goes 1 for 1 over towards B. Leo can now focus their full attention towards this A site. The Incendiary been extinguished by Oscar, but if anything, it's actually brought space for one Unique to walk in towards Temple. A thorn in their side. Spam on towards Oscar. What an absolute blunder dropping that smoke there. Desperate to try and get that angle, scoping up. And finally, Leo team put a silence to the inner circle. 13-7 here on Ancient. Inner circle, again, the caliber of the players on the inner circle roster, that you expect much better Counter-Strike than that. Not just looking at the scoreline or looking at the caliber you'd expect from Leo, just the the eye test, just watching the Counter-Strike coming out of them, their reactions were very subpar on the CT side. They were very reactive and not proactive. They weren't assertive, they didn't take control of the game, and the calls on Mirage as well seemed very one-dimensional. They weren't using mid control, using defaults enough, when Leo were clearly just not using mid as well. But that does mean that we are going to be saying goodbye to Inner Circle. They'll be coming out of Group D in last place. That's the round 2 games done, and join us tomorrow where we'll be continuing the round 3 games where we have the decider matches for each group, finding out who are the last teams to make it into the playoffs and who will be eliminated, the last teams to be out of the groups. That's all for today. Thank you for watching. I've been Timo. This has been United21 Season 27. Goodbye and see you tomorrow.